All right. Hi, everyone. I think we're just going to give everyone a couple more minutes to show up. It's going to be just us here in Finance Committee for the first half hour. We're going to go over some stuff, and then we're going to start getting into appropriations at about 7:30. So if you'll just bear with me, I'm pulling up some documents. All right. Hello, everyone. Uh, let's see. We've got. Guess we're going to have to wait a little bit more. The reason I wanted to meet a little bit early is to go over funding criteria again, just to ensure, that we are following all applicable laws, etc. Show of hands, has everyone received the Finance Night cheat sheet that I sent out? All right, thanks, Pierce. Alhagi, Spencer, Jack. All right. And Juan, did you receive it as well? All right. Well, okay. Okay. So if people don't show up, I I think what we're going to have to do is I will just declare this to be a subcommittee of the Finance Committee, and then we'll go from there, and we'll divide up into two subcommittees. Atharva will be chairing one. I will be chairing the other. And so we'll split up essentially as close to even as we can get. So I'm going to go over some of the funding criteria real quick.
Point of information, Dennis, before you get started, I'm probably going to have to go early. So I guess one of the committees will have to go down to 3. I know that's not ideal. Is there is there a procedure in place for some of the, like if some of the, I assume other people will probably either get bored and quit or have to go for other reasons. So is there something in place to make sure that whichever clubs we don't get to tonight, can like get scheduled for next time?
Yeah, so we have 40 clubs tonight, and if we do not get enough people, that would be extremely bad. Yeah, I gotta say, I am a little bit disappointed in our turnout. Um, but
I worry as well,
yeah,
especially because there's only a few of us and
I'm gonna
people.
I'm gonna call up Logan Brodsky real quick.
Because I just worry that we're kind of on a tenuous ground here already, and it's only going to get worse as the night goes on.
I think as long as we have 3 people um, in a room, it should be fine.
Okay.
We might at some point possibly have to drop down to 1 subcommittee. Um, but we'll see how things go.
Yeah. Again, I've got to run at 9:30, so I will get through as many as I can. But
Okay,
sorry about that.
well, it's all good. All right. Let's see. Atharva, if you don't mind, could you call Logan to see, what we be doing if we don't, if he has any ideas on what we should do if we don't get quorum. In the meantime, we'll go over criteria. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. Um, okay. All right, y'all. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. So, well, so tonight we have a budget of around 200, and sorry, let me pull up the budget real quick. So we have requests totaling around 210,000. Andrew, can you get me the numbers on that real quick? All right, so we have budgets totaling 234,000 tonight. The money we have budgeted for tonight is 156,000. That's just the total divided by 4. So the main thing we have to consider is constitutionally funded organizations. So this is going to include the honor system and the Board of Elections. They are both requesting funding tonight. So they are our top priority. So they want to be the last people that we take money away from. And then our second criteria is essentially representation. How representative is it to the student body? And then program services or events. Sorry, but yeah. So if it's like an event sponsored by a club, and it's like of a more limited interest, but it's still more than 2 people. And then the last one are programs that are not open to the entire student body. So be sure to consider, the amount of people impacted by programming when, as we're cutting down on the funding of clubs. So other items we have to consider are representation, um, how many people are affected. So that like ties into our tier system here. Next is vitality. How vital is the program to the organization? Like, is this the only event that this organization does? And like, if they can't do this event, is this club going to die out? We have to consider vitality. Specialized, how unique is the program? Like, are there 7 different clubs that do the same thing? Or is it just like, is the club that's requesting money the only club that does that on our campus? Diversity, equity, and inclusion, we have to consider the impact that the programming has on that organization's diversity and equity inclusion. And then our last and final one is sustainability. So like if everything else is like tied on the merits, we can also consider sustainability. But essentially, this is what to go down by. So at first, I'd recommend just like cutting everything down by about 20%. And then at the end of the night, we're going to come back together during budget reconciliation. And so then we'll really get into these criteria and we'll cut down. And I know it sucks for RSOs, but this is the money that we have right now. And that's what,
Chair, sorry to jump in.
Yeah.
Does that include we should try to cut for the honor court and those types of things, or no?
so we might have to cut for them as well. But what we have to keep in mind is so that they are like number 1 on our list. So they are essentially going to be the last thing we cut down on, since they are constitutionally funded organizations and like parts of student government.
In order to maybe save some time at the end, should we kind of across the board lowball everyone by 20% and
Yeah.
just okay?
Except, so this is what I'm going to get into right now. There are some things where we have to follow specific formulas, and if we choose to give funding for these things, we have to give based on these formulas. Like for lodging, we can only we can change the amount of rooms that we fund. Sorry, wait, no. For lodging, we can fund up to $90 or up to $70. So if an organization requested anything over that per room, we're already going to have to cut down on that just for it to be legal. For travel, if we want to do car travel, we have to fund at this mileage rate. And if like it's all or nothing. Like we can either fund their entire trip at a 33-cent per mile rate, or we don't give anything at all. So it's the same thing for printing. Most orgs probably already used this table to like calculate their printing requirements. I think the Carolina Review is going to be here tonight, so we have to like double check to see that they have followed the printing criteria when requesting their funding. So like for things like that, it's all or nothing, except for hotels, I guess. For hotels, you can fund them at a lower rate, but not above the maximum. But for cars and printing. But aside from that, like you said, an above the board, like 20% cut. Though if an organization is like requesting just like 700 less than like $700, we should probably just fund that in whole, because it is not that significant. So if it's not a lot of money, you could just give it to them. But with the larger orgs, a 20% cut is probably going to be what we should be doing.
Point of information again, when we're having these like in the breakout rooms where we hear their pitch, I assume, and then are we sending them away to deliberate about how much to give them? Or are we telling them how about 80% of what you want instead? What's the actual process like in the breakout room?
Yeah, it's a great question. So essentially, each organization is going to have about 3 minutes to present. There's a 10-minute slot in total for each organization. This includes like the time for them to get in the breakout room, time for them to like present their events, questioning. You guys should ask them questions about like whether they meet the criteria, like if one of their calculations seems like not correct, like be sure to like reference the cheat sheet. If something's not in there, reference the code, and we can always come back to that later during reconciliation. And then essentially, let me pull up the Congress site real quick. So essentially, so let's say monsoon, for instance. I don't know what they are, but like we've talked about it and we're like, oh, we can't pay for dues. So like that's zero. Hotel, $90 per night. And we're like, okay, we only want to fund one night. Do I hear a motion to fund lodging at $90 at $90? And then someone seconds it, and then it's typed. So it's basically the same way we did the branch budgets. So each of these have to be a separate and individual motion. And then at the very end, there's a total motion. And then just like that, it's going to be the next group. There are some groups that don't have certified organizational treasurers. So like there should be some breaks in between. But we got to get through because we've got 40 people coming. Are there any questions?
I'm excited. Let's do this.
All
It's gonna
right.
be fun.
Hell yeah. All right. I'm gonna stop the screen share real quick. I'm
Dennis, you're muted.
terribly sorry. I'm gonna take a quick stretch and grab some water. We are going to be going for about 3 hours with a few 10-minute breaks scattered in between. So if you guys want to like stretch real quick before we start, and if you guys could all be back here by 7:25, let's say, for roll call, and then taking of and then going into our breakout rooms. All right, see you guys in a bit. Okay, everyone. Did we lose some people? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, everyone. So technically, I do believe that we have quorum right now due to the people who are currently suspended. So I'm just going to go through and call roll real quick, and then we'll call this meeting to order, and then we'll break out to our breakout rooms. All right. Senator Beatty. Senator Bean. Oh, and then Senator Chen.
Present.
Senator Giuffreda. Senator Coleman. Senator DeKinsey. I am here. Senator Fall.
Right here.
Senator Gosling. Senator Haynes. Senator Haynes. Senator Kreider.
Here.
Senator McDermott.
Here.
And then Senator Vespucci, Vice Chair Vespucci.
Here.
Senator Young.
Here.
Excellent. Damn it, we need one more. Okay. Let's see. Technically, given that I'm going to consult with Ethics Chair Stevens real quick to see whether anyone would have their voting rights suspended by not showing up to this meeting to see if we can get up to 8. Okay. Also, everyone, if you could enter wait. Sorry, I'm pretty sure Senator Gosling also has her voting rights suspended, which means we have quorum. Okay, good. Let us break out into our breakout rooms. Okay, I'm gonna start putting you guys in groups. All right, and then Andrew, if you can help out the people who are coming in to present. Wait, I gotta get into the breakout myself. All right, hello everyone. Okay. I'm just gonna pull up the orgs.
Real quick before we get started, I don't know if it's our committee or the other committee that's handling the review.
Which
So
one?
I'm actually the Carolina Review. I'm affiliated with them, so I'm not supposed to vote on that, right? Due to viewpoint neutrality.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
At some point, okay, we'll just switch subcommittees. Because I can't be the only one voting. So oh wait, no, Al Hogg is actually here too, so I think we should be good. Okay. And we'll just wait for the first org to come in. Oh. Okay, well, it looks like maybe the honor court isn't showing up. Hello. Wait, honor court.
We have it under the Attorney General staff.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. So could you tell us a little bit about what you guys are requesting funding for? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So I guess I can kind of break it down based off of how we kind of broke everything that we had. So there are a couple of expenses that we had for this subsequent school year for both the Attorney General staff as well as on report. And kind of starting off with our equipment costs, or mainly our equipment costs. Those things include things like having a copy machine, having materials for case files, this paper and things like that that we require when cases are going on for councils or for court members to have. We also, for our suite down in Sasby North, we were also looking to get funding for things like lamps that we had, just to make sure that in our offices, when students come in, when councils come in, when court members come in, they have the proper equipment to work on their cases. And additionally, things for our breaking plastic cups, because we have hearings that sometimes can go up to 3 a.m. sometimes, and having something like a plate to eat your meal on, or a cup to drink water out of, we were looking for funding for that. With regards to the telephone service that we have, we use ITS, and that's something that's extremely necessary for us to be able to communicate and to be able to use those computers down there in our suite in SASB. We also, throughout the year, have different outreach programs as well as trainings, which require funding. We were asking for speaker fees. He would show up and present to current staff members, current members of outreach, and to be kind of part of our speakers class there.
Yeah.
With regards, yeah,
Nikita, I'm very sorry, but I'm going to have to cut you off. We started a bit late and we only have 10 minutes allocated for each organization. So we are probably going to have to cut most orgs by about 30%, but we'll do that during budget reconciliation. So for right now, if members of the committee have questions, feel free to ask them. But if not, I would suggest that we fund the honor system in full right now, and then we can revisit in reconciliation to see if we want to bring this, to see if we have to bring it down to be in line with our budget for the night.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, I move to appropriate equipment and rental at $3,152.
I second.
Seeing no objections. I move to appropriate printing and publicity at $98.50.
I second.
I move to appropriate programming at $2,570.41.
I second.
I move to appropriate speakers fees at $2,000.
I second.
I move to appropriate subscriptions and periodicals at $2,280.
I second.
I move to appropriate a telephone at $960.
I second.
All right, thank you guys. You guys will be the last organization if we end up having to cut our orgs. But we have a budget of about $15,000, and so probably looking at like a cut of like 30% for most orgs. But yeah, we'll get back to you guys. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you so much.
All right. So yeah, oh, hey, Christian. Christian, are you there?
Yeah, hey Dennis, what's up?
Do you have the contact information of anyone else? Because right now we are operating on very tenuous quorum, and it would be great if we could get some more people here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can reach out to a few folks and see if we can get them to join.
Great, thank you.
I will say, and maybe I just missed it. I wasn't able to find the email that you usually send out before the meeting, so I just joined through the Zoom link that you have on the Senate website.
Okay.
Um,
I think are you not? I CC'd it. Well, I sent it out like on Saturday. But
well, I'll
it-
definitely, yeah. Either way, I'll definitely reach out to folks. Oh, there. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, point of order, there's a typo in one of the columns in the Attorney General office.
that's
It's supposed to be 257 and it's 275, so it's over budgeted already. If you'll see, I think it's the third row, mid programming. We appropriated
Oh.
2750 instead of 2570.
And good catch, good catch.
Do I hear a motion to correct that?
Motion to amend the typo.
All right, second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, excellent. All right, and also, if everyone wants to have their funding criteria out in front of them, I'm also gonna pull out a notebook here, just to keep track of how much we are appropriating tonight. I got it. 162. Hi, could you tell us what organization you guys are with? Sorry, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We're with Flying Silk.
Thanks. Okay, so in about, I know this isn't a lot of time, but in 3 minutes, could you please explain to us what you're requesting funding for?
Oh, yes. We also have a slideshow. Can I share my screen? Or is-
Unfortunately, that's going to be a bit difficult. We'll look over here.
Okay, no worries. We can go ahead. So this year, Flying Silk is requesting $2,300. So Flying Silk is the only traditional Chinese dance group on campus, and our mission is to provide an outlet for UNC students interested in Chinese culture and to educate the community on aspects of traditional Chinese dance. So we've upheld our mission by taking part in significant events across many different campuses. And across all our performances last year, we estimate about 1,000, if not more, attendees. And so as a dance performance club, the majority of funds are going towards production. So we're requesting a lot of funds towards our costumes, as well as our props, because they're integral to our club's identity and their signature of Flying Silk. And so our props and costumes really help to represent Chinese culture and dance. And then the other majority of funds are going towards our equipment. And so with COVID, we have attempted to build an online presence, an online community. And so we are requesting those funds to fund for a video camera, as well as 2 tripods, one for the camera, as well as one for the phone. And so we have amassed over 1,000 views on our videos on TikTok, Instagram, as well as other social platforms. And so better equipment would really allow for, higher production and to help, continue to spread our Chinese dance and culture to others.
Hey, thank you. So could you speak to us about like how many people typically come to your productions?
Yeah, so we're actually holding auditions at the moment. So for last year, as compared to this year, we actually have over 2 times the amount of turnout in terms of auditionees. Like for our first workshop, we had around 40 to 50 people show up. And even for our auditions tonight, we have over 25 people that are signed up. And so we made a really conservative estimate of 15 members for our group this year, even though we've had, which was the number of individuals we had in our group last year, even though we've had a larger number of people who are interested in this organization.
So does anyone else have any questions? Flying Silk. All right, so let's see. So with okay, so we are likely going to have to make some budget cuts, roughly by about 20 to 30%. I guess for printing, let's see here. Out of curiosity, what would you say is most vital to your organization? What would you say is least vital to your organization?
Production costs and the equipment for this year.
Are most vital.
Oh, most vital, yeah.
Okay, Al-Hagi?
I'd like to mention that like each student gets $40 in like CCI printing. and most students don't use it. So like with your members, would you be able to divide your CCI costs to take care of that $40?
Yeah, I think we could, yeah.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is, well, do I hear a motion to fund printing and publicity at zero?
I motion to move printing and publicity at zero.
Second,
And then, equipment rental, so you said, so 400 for the camcorder?
Mhm.
And is that a purchase?
Yes.
Um. Okay, well, do I hear a motion to fund $400 for the camcorder?
I motion to appropriate $400 for the camcorder.
And then, so production, costumes, let's see, what is the max that we can use? Does anyone have the cheat sheet in front of them? Is it? I think it's around. Okay, well, do 750 for now. So out of curiosity, do you guys collect dues from your members?
No, we do not.
Okay. And you are aware that this is on a reimbursement basis, so student government will be reimbursing you guys? Okay. All right, so I think we should probably fund $750 for the costumes, and then 400 for the ribbons, and then I think we could cut the sewing supplies. So 750 plus 400 is, that's gonna run up to be 1350. So do I hear a motion to fund production? Wait, hold up. No, that's not right. I'm sorry, 150. All right, do I hear a motion to fund production at 1150?
So moved.
Okay, and then programming. So unfortunately, we cannot fund food unless it is free for the public. So it would have to be free and accessible to the public for us to fund food. However, we could provide you with some funding for cups, straws, coolers, stuff. So what do I hear a motion to fund programming at $200 maybe?
So moved.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I'm sorry we can't fund your club fully. There were a lot of orgs that requested money this semester, and unfortunately we have to make some cuts. But thank you so much, and hopefully we'll get you your money by next week.
Thank you for your time.
Mhm. All right.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, what organization are you guys with?
We're with UNC Muslim Student Association.
Right. There we are. Okay. So, could you, very briefly, in about like 3 minutes, tell us a little bit about, what you guys are requesting money for?
For sure, yeah. So first of all, we would like to speak about how UNC MSA has over 400 members, both on and off campus, and I think the significance of our club stems from the fact that we represent not only students of UNC, but we also represent all Muslims in the greater area, considering there's no in the greater Chapel Hill area, considering there's no mosque. So we have many locals of Chapel Hill come to our Friday prayers that we hold every week. So to go more in depth about our budget, I can share my screen with you real quickly. Oh, I guess you can't.
Yeah.
So what we requested was our biggest event of each semester is MSA Live. And so we bring many speakers. In the past, we've had Hassan Minaj and Halima Aden and other such speakers, and they usually come and speak about the Muslim American experience, and it's open for all students of UNC, and hold it here at the Great Hall. So it's kind of more of an event that shows off, tends to build connection between Muslim communities and the general student body here at UNC. And we're requesting an honorarium of speaker fees of around $10,000, which includes both the honorarium and travel and lodging, depending on our guests. And then we also, as far as programming budget, we asked for support with our refugee support program, which we hold, and then our mentorship program, which is an opportunity that lets our members who are either freshmen or sophomores be connected with juniors and seniors. And we help them with career readiness, and we host workshops and such things. And then we have professional labor fees totaling $3,000. And that's because we are, as you can see, we have to, for both the MSA Live event and the Sports Fest event, we are having to bring in a lot of people to work these events and set up and break down and other such things. And then we have about $600 of capital expenditures, dues and fees, and et cetera.
Okay, so quick question. So where are you guys paying dues and fees for? So what are you guys requesting dues and fees for?
So we need that funding from in order to fund just like miscellaneous expenses. I think it's somewhere on the form. I think it'd be a little higher right there under.
I can't see dues and fees here.
I may have added it under programming. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, because we cannot fund if there are dues for your organization.
Yes.
So it would be subsidies for dues. Unfortunately, we cannot fund those.
Okay.
So we're going to have to cut that out. Dues and so how much of the programming was for dues and fees? There.
Here it was just 600.
Okay. Well, maybe you didn't request dues and fees because both of those two programs add up to 620.
Okay, cool. So then in that case, then yeah, the rest of our funding is what we.
Okay. So for the travel, I saw you requested $300
Yes.
for a flight. So could you so we can only fund up to 60% of flight costs. Is $300 like the cost of the flight?
Yeah, it'd be associated travel. So yeah, like transportation to and from airports, and then
So we can't, so it has to be laid out kind of specifically because we have a separate reimbursement rate for cars.
Okay,
And we can only fund that like based on mileage.
right.
But if that's like the flight cost, we would have to divide that. We would have to, we could only give you 60% of that.
Okay, so then yeah, that would be basically just the price of it would be the price of the ticket.
Okay, so for travel, sorry, 300 times 0.6, it's gonna be 180. Don't think you guys had any other travel. Do I hear a motion to fund travel at $180?
So moved.
Speaker fees. Okay. So unfortunately, we do have to do around like an across the board cut of roughly about 20 to 30%, due just to the number of organizations that requested. What would you say is most vital to your organization?
It would definitely be that we receive the full amount that we requested for to fund our speaker events. Also, I believe you guys we submitted two. I believe you're
Yeah,
looking.
so the first one was over the total amount possible. I'm looking at the second one. I was accidentally on the first one previously.
So I would
Um,
say that our speaker fees are our most important thing that we would like to get funded, just because of how important the event that we host with those fees are. So we would request the full amount on that.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll give you full speakers fee, but then we'll cut back on some other stuff.
So
Do
yeah,
I hear a motion to,
motion to fund speakers fees at $9,500.
is there a second on that?
Second,
Okay, so with programming, so what exactly is the programming you guys are? So in both like the MSA Live event and the late night event, and then Sports Fest, what exactly do you plan on paying for with programming?
Right. So for programming, what we would be getting for, of course, is the Great Hall. So we need Great Hall tablecloths and box office.
Is that separate than the building and venue rental?
I'm sorry.
Is that separate from the building
Yeah,
and venue?
that would be separate because so we'd need the building and venue to rent just the room itself, and then within that you would need to print tickets, and as well as we would need to reserve tables and other
Okay,
stuff.
so we can't so printing, we have a very special, I guess, funding criteria for that.
It's just ticket printing. It's not necessarily like printing.
Okay. But we
commercial-
would have to follow like the formula for that one. So I think I'm gonna suggest to the committee that, okay, do I hear a motion to fund at $600 for programming?
So moved.
Sorry, guys. So professional labor fees, so you guys are planning on hiring people?
Yeah, so for our sports event, we would need for our MSA Live event, we need to hire employees from the union to help with the Great Hall. I think that's a requirement to book there. And then for our biggest thing is for Sports Fest, we have to hire referees and officials and other such things, and that's very important for like the essence of like of making the program or the program itself work for the event.
Do you okay, I'm sorry, we're running out of time. But okay. Do you guys, let's see. Do you guys collect dues from your members?
We do, but due turnout is
And the hotel rate is for, so the hotels, are they for the speakers?
Yeah, so it'd just be one night for each, so two, and they'd be separate times, so it would be just $90, $90, 180.
Okay. How about I recommend we cut down a little bit on lodging, so we can cut the budget down by about 20%. So I'm going to move for $100 on programming or for lodging. Do I hear a second on that?
Second.
Second.
And then professional labor fees. Let's do $2,000 on that. Do I hear a motion for $2,000?
So moved.
Is there any way that we could have the professional fees a little more than 2,000? I understand you guys are trying to meet the cut, but that is very important for our programs as well.
Would it be easier for you guys to make up the difference on the building rental?
It'd be easier for lodging, actually, if possible.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to allocate $0 for lodging?
So moved.
Okay. And then do I hear a motion to allocate 2,500 for professional labor fees?
So moved.
And then do I hear a motion to, I don't think we provide much more funding. Do I hear a motion to provide funding at $200 for building and venue rental?
So moved.
Right. I'm sorry, we couldn't give you your full request, but we should have this through Senate by next week.
Okay.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. I really
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
All right. Do we have the next org in here? Oh, guess maybe there isn't a next org. Okay, I'm going to make some notes real quick in my notebook.
Hello,
Hi. Which organization are you with?
Company Carolina.
Company Carolina. Could you very quickly, please, tell us in about 3 minutes what your organization does?
Yeah, so we are a student theater group on campus, and our purpose is to provoke thought and communication about social issues while also educating and entertaining our audience through theater. And we want to expose our audience to a variety of genres, playwrights, and performance styles, and we treat our performances as individual projects. This semester, we've got 2 shows. One is Cabaret, which is a musical, and one is The Wolves, which is a play. Cabaret is going to be going first. Should I get into like all the stuff that we're asking?
Please briefly.
Okay, cool. So we got Cabaret first, which is going to be in the current art space in studio. And that is going to be our venue price because the Wolves will be in Swain Hall, so no price there. It's $3,500 for the venue space. And then for the rights and scripts, it's going to be $1,868.88 for Cabaret. And then for the Wolves, it's going to be $534.20. And then we've got equipment, which we are asking for $1,260 for 6 microphones that are going to be $210 each. Our old microphones, we had to get rid of them because of a safety hazard with the exposed wiring. And then we have, we're asking for $1,000 for production for $500 for each show. And that's sets, costumes, props, that kind of thing.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions? Okay, so I have a couple questions. So where exactly, what is the venue that you guys rent?
So for Cabaret, it's the current art space in studio.
Okay, is that on campus?
That is off campus.
That's off campus, okay. Do you guys get like a lot of student attendance at these events? How many people typically show up?
I think it's different depending on each show. But we've had like previous like sold out, like we did Varsity last year and it was like sold out every single night that we performed our show Macbeth. So it's pretty big attendance.
Are you guys majority undergrad?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So unfortunately, we are going to have to cut some funding, say about 20 to 30% for each organization. Oh, what, right. And what were the educational supplies? I'm sorry.
The educational supplies are the rights and scripts, and that's for both shows.
Scripts for shows. Okay. So I guess what would be your priority here?
Our
in
two
terms of-
priorities is going to be the venue and the rights and scripts, which is the educational supplies.
Okay. So let's see, we should probably get this down to about 6,000. Do I hear a motion to fund building and venue rental at $3,000?
So moved.
And so rights and scripts, guess are pretty vital to your organization. Okay. Do I hear a motion to fund rights and scripts in full?
So moved.
Okay, and then I think we're gonna have to cut down on some of the other stuff. Do I hear a motion to fund? Okay, equipment and equipment rental. So what if we only got you guys 4 mics? How much was it for a mic?
210.
Okay, do I hear a motion to, oh, actually 840 seems a bit, okay, 210 times 3. Do I hear a motion to fund equipment and equipment rental at 630?
So moved.
All right, and then production, fortunately, we might have to cut a bit down on this as well. Okay. So how much did you guys request for costumes?
So we did 500 for each show, so it would be 1,000 for altogether, and that's for costumes, sets, and props.
I don't know if we could fund much more. You guys do earn revenue from tickets?
Yes.
Okay. Fortunately, I would recommend against us funding production because this is about at the level. Well, okay. How about we fund? Let's fund $500 worth of production. Do I hear a second on that?
So moved.
Okay. All right. Well, we apologize that we weren't able to get you all that you requested. And you'll likely hear back from us next week. Once this has passed through full Senate, there might be more revisions, and if your budget is cut by more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal.
All right. Thank you.
All right, how are you guys feeling?
Oh, it's already getting a little repetitive.
Uh, yeah. Hi, which org are you guys with?
We are with Solar Equity, formerly known as Habitat Solar, but we're in the process of name change. I believe it's Habitat Solar.
Okay, and did you guys, by any chance, complete the treasurer's test?
Yeah, I did. I did it twice and I didn't receive a score either time.
Okay, I just saw, okay, so earlier I saw that you guys didn't complete it, but now I see that you have. Looks like you got an 86. Excellent. We can go
Right.
ahead. Let's see, Habitat Solar. Could you guys very brief, is it this one? Could you
Yes.
guys, very briefly, about 2, 3 minutes, explain what you're requesting funding for?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have broken down the 3,000 or so dollars into 5 primary requests. First, I'm going to speak to the speaker series, which we are requesting $1,000 for. So solar equity is focused on 2 things. Our mission is to solarize marginalized communities across North Carolina. The second part of our mission is to educate members about the value of renewable energy. So we have a speaker series where we have professionals come and speak to everyone in our club. And we've had some difficulty attracting speakers just because professionals are very busy. So if we were given some money to compensate them at a rate, say $100 per hour, and host 8 to 10 speakers throughout the semester, that would be very effective for the education of our members. So that's one thing that we are requesting money for.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Habitat Solar?
Yeah, are speaker fees the main expense that you guys expect to have? Is that I guess, is that your priority in getting funded? We have to make cuts across the board, probably 20 to 30% on most club requests. So are speaker fees the thing you want to make sure that get funded?
So I mean, while that is the largest expense we've requested, something we do consider really important. There is money that we've already spent in the process of trying to obtain 501c3 tax exempt status to become a nonprofit. And we found this has become necessary in order to apply for a lot of the bigger grants that would let us carry out our mission,
Okay.
and as well to be considered by organizations.
So, did you guys already spend this money?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we are unable to fund that, if you've already spent it. What was, is this under
That was, yeah, we
what
weren't
category
sure.
did
So
you
that's
guys?
under the professional
Labor
labor fees.
Okay.
We're entirely sure what category to put those under, but
Okay, so we're gonna have to cut those. So that's 275. So what was the rest of the 366 for?
that was everything we've paid to the IRS and the North Carolina Secretary of State in order to incorporate as a nonprofit.
Okay, if you guys already did that, unfortunately, we cannot appropriate funds to that. Do I hear a motion to fund professional labor fees at 0?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
So printing and publicity, unfortunately, we do have a formula sheet that we have to go based off of for printing and publicity. Now let me pull it up real quick. So are you guys printing, is this printing going to be on paper? Or I guess online?
Well, this is I mean, this is some of this is for marketing purposes, printing on, pens and cups and other marketing materials, and then also signage and like for Fall Fest and other, related outreach events, as well as some printed materials on paper, such as flyers, brochures, just to use as marketing and outreach materials.
Okay.
So Dennis, maybe I would propose, because we have those there is a formula for the individual printing and stuff like that.
Well, I guess if it's not a publication, it's so you're just like printing out flyers.
Yeah, flyers, signage, which wouldn't be on paper.
Okay.
And then we included other marketing materials that might not be considered by your standards in that category. Just 'cause we felt that was the best place to put them. But if that's a separate thing, then
One thing I will note is that you do have to recognize the Student Senate as your sponsor, and this does have to go on your print materials. I'll suggest we do this at 80%. So nine.
Okay, so
I was also confused by the nature of that. I definitely should have clarified, but I mean, I am absolutely willing to recognize Senate as our sponsor. I'm not sure. Something about the wording of that threw me off, but I absolutely should have clarified.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to fund this at $790?
so moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, speaker fees. So how many people typically come to like your events, like speaker fees and stuff? Or
So our club started on September 1st of 2021. We've gradually grown quite a following over the last 6 or so months. So although we only had 25 to 30 active members throughout this last semester, we had 100 or so people on our email chain and our group me, and we were able to accrue 120 members during Small Fest. So we expect our regular showing to be around 75 to 80
okay.
people this coming semester.
All right, okay. So might I suggest, so how many? Okay, let's cut, so you're doing 100 per hour. Let's fund at 800. Do I hear a motion to fund speaker fees at $800?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, subscriptions and periodicals. So what was this exactly?
So
The website?
well, so the website we included under publicity. I mean, perhaps a better fit would be subscriptions. So I got a quote from some Squarespace. It costs $20 annually to register a website domain, and then $276 annually to build and operate a website through Squarespace, which is one of the more economical options. Also one within our skill range. So yeah, $296 annually to operate a website. But that was included under publicity, if I'm not mistaken.
What is, oh wait,
And then the $720, that was for a software that we hope to utilize called Trello. And that it's a platform that allows us to communicate and coordinate all our projects and goals. And we feel that it is becoming increasingly necessary to have a better form of organization, beyond just a Google Drive or our Slack channels, as we continue to grow and begin to get involved with bigger and more essential projects.
So let's. Okay, that's fun.
What would you guys use? Like, could you give an example of something? Like, what would you use Trello for? If there's not really anything tangible that that you have, that's okay. I just want to get some perspective.
No, I could offer a couple of examples. One project that we plan on embarking on this coming semester is having the first ever solar equity home. So one, we need to procure solar equipment. We need to provide funding just to cover the actual installation costs. We need to partner with different solar companies to acquire that solar equipment. So there's a bunch of different projects that fit within one larger project, and Trello kind of allows us to compartmentalize like different parts of the project very effectively, allows for easy discourse. So that's one thing that we.
No, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you off because we are running out of time for you guys. But I'm going to suggest that we fund this maybe at about $600. We'll fund it for 5 people,
Mhm.
and then. Yes, we might have to do some further cuts during budget reconciliation, but if your budget is cut more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal. Sorry, we can't fund you in full. We just have a lot of orgs that apply for funding. But thank you guys so much for stopping by.
Yeah, understood. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Pretty good, Logan. How are you doing?
What rate are y'all funding at?
70%.
That seems high to me.
What?
That seems high to me.
So tonight, we have $156,000 put aside for tonight. We have about 210. Andrew, was it 210,000 in total requests?
How do you, but
Yes.
the total proportion is, it's like 55%. No? Like the budget is, the total budget is 55% of requests, no?
Well, I mean, we can cut it down further during reconciliation. Is that not what the point of that is?
You want to avoid reconciliation because it causes confusion, or just will think that they have money that they don't have.
Right. I mean, I've been telling them that like it may be cut further and they have a right to an appeal if it's cut more than 50%.
Authority thought 80%, so.
Okay, yeah, I've been doing about 70.
Yeah, I would aim for 60. Yeah, are you keeping track of all this on a spreadsheet anywhere?
Of like how much we're giving to each org.
Yeah, just to make, because that will be very important for making reconciliation easier.
Yeah, I mean, I've been typing it here in
All right,
Congress.
well, yeah. Are you
but-
doing reconciliation for this night tonight?
I don't know. I think we might have to put it off.
If you put it off, obviously it's more time until the orgs get their money.
Yeah. I mean, we're already going to be going to about 11 tonight.
All right.
Yeah.
It'll give us time. If we do it in 2 weeks, then it'll at least give us time to get the stuff in order.
Yeah. I'm also keeping paper notes of them.
Okay, yeah. But ideally, what we want to put together, I'll show you the ones we used last semester. We want to put together a spreadsheet so that we know how much we're spending each night, and then we can, it makes it so much easier to do reconciliation.
All right.
Yeah. Also, if like, I don't know, the website.
I'm sorry, could you give me a minute? What's this? Tell them we have to reschedule.
Yeah, all right. All right, I'll hang around here for a little while.
All right, it looks like our 8:20 org is not here, so they're gonna have to reschedule. Oh, hey, that's money we're not giving out. How's everyone holding up? First finance night?
Everything I would have hoped for and more.
Let's see. Wonder who's coming up. All right. Looks like up next we've got Magic the Gathering. Fascinating. Well, I hope they have a explanation for what they.
While we wait, does anybody have any plans for the long weekend?
I'm headed to Bluffton, South Carolina, so should be pretty good.
Where in South Carolina?
Bluffton, right near Hilton Head.
Oh, that'll be great.
Yeah, should be nice.
Funny enough, I'll also be in South Carolina. I'm going down to Columbia, down to University of South Carolina for the football game on Saturday.
Oh, good. Who are they playing?
Georgia State, but
Okay.
it'll be a good one.
Be
It's a
right.
night game, you know.
Yeah, you got Rattler now, so should be pretty
I know.
pretty good, pretty exciting. Yeah.
We're thrilled about that. This is, I think, some teams that we usually don't beat, like Tennessee or Mizzou. I think those are the games that we can win this year. We might actually have a shot like an 8-win season, which is unheard of at South Carolina. So
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Anyone getting tired yet?
Oh yeah. It's
You're not built for this committee.
it's been a long one, so is this our 8:30 or are they the
Yeah.
8:20?
They are the 8:30. The 8:20 was a no-show.
Okay. What are they specifically asking for on this one?
I mean, it doesn't say, so they'll probably be explaining that when they get here. So Logan, um, I don't know if you can see my screen right now, but the total amount requested for tonight was 221,789. And then the budget's 156. For
How is
tonight.
the budget 156?
That's-
Say again what?
Here,
Hold
can you see my screen? Or, you know, here, we'll
I
just,
see, what I see is the Magic the Gathering Club.
oh, never mind, okay. We'll just, I'll show you, I guess, the formula after the meeting.
I will do, can I just get the numbers?
All right, I mean, if you want to do it as well, go, I have the total amount requested for tonight's finance meeting, in the finance committee folder, the Senate drive.
Okay,
You're on that, right?
yeah, I'm actually, I have it open now. Where is it? It's in,
Go under go in the finance committee folder.
I'm there.
It's the appropriations requests, and then should
Okay.
just be the first page.
Oh, okay, so what we should do is we're just gonna open up, I'm just gonna create second columns next to each of these where we can put how much each received. And I can even go back and do that for you if you want.
All right. Okay.
And that will, trust me, this will make your life a lot easier.
All right. Just put them in here. No, it looks like Magic the Gathering is also a no-show. Andrew
Like
has,
you were unwilling to identify the Student Congress as a sponsor.
technically they have to.
I like that it's there though. It shows some feistiness, some spirit to the Magic the Gathering group.
Did we lose someone? We lost. Here's.
Did I cut out?
No, I just joined back in.
Right. You cut out for us.
Dennis, on the spreadsheet, clarify.
I'll type in what we've appropriated so far.
Yeah, I can also do it. So where is the budget for the night?
So I have that down here on my piece of paper. But essentially for tonight, I have allocated.
Because it should be proportionate to the share of requests total.
Okay. On that case, right. 221 789 divided by. All right, give me a sec. So the proportion of requests for tonight is,
And it should be specifically the proportion in each room.
So for room one, that is 1, 6, 5, 5. So this room's budget is $60,000 and, sorry. It should be 60,038 cents.
Exactly.
Right.
It's exactly 60,000.8.
Wait. Well, let me run it one more time just to make sure, but it should be that. 101,986.04 divided by 105,583.77 times. Yeah, $60,384.86.
60,000.
$384.86.
Okay. And what's the budget for the other subcommittee?
The budget for the other subcommittee. Sorry, the number I just gave you is the budget for subcommittee number 2.
What's the budget for your subcommittee?
I'm getting to that. That is $70,934.54.
$70,934.54.
That is correct.
Okay.
Because subcommittee 1 has a total of 119,000 in requests. Subcommittee 2 only has a $101 total.
Okay, I'm gonna start putting in those figures.
Also, Magic the Gathering was a no-show. Let's see. Ektal is next. So also, if we want to calculate the percentage we're funding at, 70 divided by 110 is about 63%. So I was funding a bit over, but we've been funding like in the 65 to 70 range, so we won't have to cut that much.
Right, because I guess it's proportionate to the share of total requests,
Yeah.
right? Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
All right, are these people not gonna show? Hello. Hi. So could you tell us a little bit about your organization and your funding request briefly in about 2 to 3 minutes? I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right, so we do have a presentation. Should we share that or should we just?
If you could just talk through us really quickly on what you have down here. We don't have a
Yeah,
lot of time.
sure. Yeah, sure. So should I start at the budget description part?
Yes,
Is
please.
that good?
Mhm.
Cool. Hi, I'm Sneha. I'm the treasurer for UNC ICTHAL, UNC's only competitive Indian classical dance team. The purpose of ICTHAL is to bring together people with classical training and a desire for learning, as well as further the understanding and appreciation for ancient Indian art forms, such as Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, and Kathak, while trying to enrich the campus community with cultural diversity and bridging together cultural gaps through art. ICTHAL plans to perform at several competitions across the country this year, as well as several on-campus events. In the past, we've performed at several on-campus events such as UNC Diwali, Fall Fest, etc. And we also plan to compete this year with the pandemic hopefully subsiding down. Before the pandemic, we were able to participate and place top 10 in the country, thanks to the funding we got from the Senate, and we plan to do the same this year. In the past, we've competed at about 8 different competitions around the nation. They should be listed there: Navrasa, Hansini, Dharana, etc. Yeah, so with all those competitions in mind, we do need money when it comes to the costumes. These costumes are coming from Chennai, India, and so there's often a shipping cost associated with the costumes. In total, with the shipping, it comes to around $625. With like the shipping costs for FedEx from Chennai to India. Our costumes are the most important. They represent who we are and what we do. And authentic costumes, Bharatanatyam costumes, have to come from Chennai, India. And we plan to have a 20-person team this year. So for 20 people, with $50 for each person for a costume, it comes to around $1,000 for costumes. So with $1,000 for costumes and $625 for postage and shipping, we also need printing and publicity fees for flyers and stickers, and that comes to around $300. We also need some equipment. We would be needing a speaker if we are trying to practice outside or inside. If we're trying to record for auditions for competitions outside, a speaker would be really useful. And lastly, dues and fees. Each competition we apply to requires an application fee. These application fees are mostly $45, except for Origins, the national competition, which has a fee of $50. And there are also participation fees for every person. So each person will have to pay around $45 each. Apply to $365 for the applications for the competitions, as well as the around $7,200 for the individual fees. The total dues and fees comes to $7,565, which brings the total to $9,600 is what we are looking for.
Okay. So unfortunately, we have to do about a 60% budget cut. Just due to the sheer number of organizations that have applied for funding. Could you, I guess, describe to us what like the most vital piece of funding is for your organization?
Yeah, so the most important is our costumes. We are requesting for new costumes for all of our team members this year, and those would be what we would perform with at our competitions and even on-campus events. Those would be the most important, I would say, our costumes. And after that, the fees to apply to competitions, so the registration fees for each of the 8 competitions.
All right. So how many, I guess, students do you guys impact here on campus? So is it just like the 20 people who are in your organization?
We had 20 people in our organization, but we have a lot of following. We have a lot of interest because we are the only Indian classical team on campus. So we have a lot of interest by people in the Desi community, people in South Asians, South Indians. We have a lot of following from other Asian American student organizations. So we're not just within our 20-person organization.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that how about we fund, okay. I say maybe we fund the production at its full rate, and then maybe we can cut down on some of their other stuff. So do I hear a motion to fund production at $1,000?
So moved.
Okay. And then dues and fees. Okay. So,
So those fees are what we used to apply to our competitions.
okay, so I think what we're gonna do is we'll cut down on some of the competitions that we cover for you guys. But we do Raleigh, or guess there isn't really any good way to cut this, but so the one that hasn't been announced yet, we'll cut that one. And then each is 900, so 900 times 4, 3,600 plus 1,000. So all right, so I move to fund I move to fund dues and fees at or for workshops at $4,600 to cover four of the $900 ones.
So
Sorry,
moved. Or
wait.
second, I guess.
900 times 4. Sorry, $3,600.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And then equipment rental, what exactly was this?
That was for the speaker, Bluetooth speaker. That's how we play our music. That's how we practice.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I move to cover 50% or like $50 worth of the expenses for this. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I move to cover $400 for postage. Is there a second on that?
Second.
And then printing and publicity. What exactly will you guys be? This is for your flyers.
Yeah, advertising for on-campus events where we're going to perform, and even our own fundraisers to raise money, pit sitting, etc.
So I'm gonna move to fund this at $200. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, well, I'm sorry we couldn't fund your organization at the full rate. During budget reconciliation, we might have to cut your budget a little bit more. If it's cut more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal. I do sincerely apologize, but thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Hi, you're with Hindu Yuva?
Oh, yes, we're in the Evo.
Okay, give me a second, please. Could you,
Yep.
in about 2 to 3 minutes, please explain what you guys are requesting funds for?
Sure.
Hello? I believe you're muted.
Yeah, Navya, I think you're muted.
Um, I can't hear anyone, unfortunately.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'll just go and get started until Navya can fix her mic. But hi, we're Hindu Yuva. We are an organization on UNC's campus celebrating the South Asian community, specifically the Hindu community. And we host a lot of events that elevate the student life for South Asian students on UNC, as well as everyone else. So we're especially requesting funding for Diwali night, which is our annual celebration, almost as big as Christmas for Hindus. And we've been doing it for 10 years. Last year was our first year coming back from COVID, and we completely sold out. We had over 600 people, and we're expecting similar numbers this year as well. Last year, we were able to bring in Pen Masala, which was a South Asian a cappella group. And we were super excited to do that. But this year we're going even bigger, and we have a British singer-songwriter named Arjun from the UK. And he is super well known in the world, like the UNP community worldwide. He has over 1.1 billion views on YouTube. So super excited for that. And that's why we're here today, to ask for funding for Diwali night. So this is a full concert. It includes complete Indian meals, 4 dance performances from UNC dance teams, as well as a bunch of culturally enriching activities. And that's our main event. We're also asking funding for our Darshana exhibit, which is a new event that I'll have Navya talked about if she can speak. I think she might have left. Ram, would you want to share about this?
Yeah, sure. So Darshana is a national exhibit. It explains what Hinduism is. So it explains our culture. It explains how it became a culture, how it became a tradition. It's a national exhibition that has over 24 posters. Last year they did it at Texas, and it's been going bigger ever since. We're trying to do it in the pit without any tickets, completely free for all the UNC students. We are also planning to have meals. We're planning to have some cultural events there. So we'll have like a henna booth, which are like Indian tattoos by UNC students. We'll have like a sticker booth where they can print their name in Hindi, which is like the Indian language, and like a lot of other cultural activities like Indian games, carom board, which are like local games which originated in India and all the kids in India play growing up. So we're trying to have all things in the pit on September 21st. And we're trying to get funding for that as well.
Both of these events are attended not just by South Asian students. Most of the students who benefit are actually not South Asians, which is really great because it's to make sure that we're bringing awareness for Hindus and South Asians on campus, but also exposing other cultures to ours. So last year for the Valley Night, over, I think 2/3 of the attendees were not Indian, which was really cool. So thank you so much for your consideration, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Right. Does anyone have any questions for Hindi Yoga? Okay. So I guess how many people would you guys say typically show up to, I guess, like Diwali night?
So just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Navya. I'm actually the president of Hindi Yuva. Sorry, I was jumping in and out. The first time I wasn't able to hear anyone. For Diwali night, last year we did sell out a week in advance and we had 620 people there. And we are doing it in the same location, same place. So we are again expecting 620 people. We are expecting again to sell out because we have a bigger artist coming in.
Okay. So unfortunately, we can only fund at about like a 70% to 60% rate. So it does seem like you guys certainly impact a lot of people here on our campus with your major events. I guess what would be your top priority in getting funded?
Right. So in terms of the breakdown, which one is our top priority?
Yeah.
I would say definitely just being able to fund Arjun. You guys funding us for Pen Masala last year allowed us to actually hold the event. That would fall under speaker. Arjun's speaking fee is 9,500, so that would be our top priority, just having that funding, because our tickets only cover the cost of food. They don't cover the cost of the performers, and so without this funding, the event is impossible.
Okay. So I move to fund speaker fees at the full 9,500.
So moved.
All right. And I guess
And if I can quickly mention, the entire, not Diwali night, but for Dharmic Day, that the total cost of that event falls under capital expenditures, and it's not a ticketed event. We're not getting any funding for it. So if we could get full funding for that event, which I think is 1,700, that would really help us put it on this year.
okay. So this is for the Darshana exhibition?
Yes.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to fund capital expenditures at 1,700 for the Darshana event?
So moved.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Great, thank you. All right, and then we'll probably have to fund everything else at 0. Do I hear a motion to fund building and venue rental at 0?
So moved.
Second.
Do I hear a motion to fund lodging at 0?
So moved.
Do I hear a
Second.
motion to fund printing and publicity at 0?
So moved.
All right. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for stopping by. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry that we are not able to provide for your full funding request. We've had a lot of organizations request funding from us this session. So during budget reconciliation, we may or may not have to cut a bit more funding. And if it is cut more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal. Again, I am sincerely sorry.
That's no worries. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, what club are you with?
Hi, I'm here with UNCSN.
Ascend, how do you spell that?
ASCEND.
Ascend. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. No, you're good.
Okay, so could you tell us a little bit about what you were requesting funding for?
Sure. We have three main things that we're looking to get funding for, and then the fourth is lodging. But the first is that we wanted to have a speaker, so we wanted to rent out a venue. So that's what the $200 are for. We also, throughout the semester, have a lot of promotional material that we create that's physical. So we wanted to get supplies for that. We also do a club fair at the business school, and so we wanted just more, I guess, yeah, poster boards and that, and that's what the $100 is for. We're also planning on showing an Asian American film as part of our club, so we allocate around $150 for getting access to view that based off of what one of our members found was the price. And speaker fees are, we're not exactly sure how much that'll cost, so we went on the low end and we said $200. And the final thing is lodging, which we put at $70. There's a UNC Ascend National Convention, and we're thinking of sending one rep out, our president now for that, and we're allocating around $70 for the 2 nights there, and the rest is going to be paid by the national chapter.
Okay. Okay, so with food, is this event going to be open and accessible to the public? Because typically our food funding is only for food banks and organizations that help produce food and security on campus.
Yeah, so we're not actually going to use any of the money from that we're asking. We're not going to use any of the money for food because we have a club sponsor through the business school. So that actually went through today. So that is actually incorrect, and that's my apologies.
And what do you plan on using the lodging for again?
The lodging is going to be split where the hotel room will be paid half through the national committee and then half we're hoping through the undergraduate, the Congress.
So how many people are staying in the hotel?
Just one. We're just sending one member.
Unfortunately, we can only, our rate of funding is $70 for 4 people in a room.
Okay.
So I don't think we can fund the lodging. Is there a motion to fund lodging at $0? Can someone make a motion?
So moved.
Can someone second?
Second.
Second, sorry.
All right. All right. Motion to. So overall, I think this is a pretty small request. So I think we should probably go ahead and fund it fully. It's a relatively small request. Move to fund building venue rental at 200.
So moved.
I move to fund educational supplies at 150.
So moved.
I move to fund printing and publicity at 100.
So moved.
And I move to fund speaker fees at 200.
So moved.
All right. Thank you so much for stopping by. We may have to cut your budget during budget reconciliation. If we end up cutting your original budget more than 50%, you have the right to an automatic appeal. Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
I had a quick question. Is that okay? How do we access the funds from this? It's my first year doing this. I'm not sure.
So the funds are given out on a reimbursement basis. So you'll have to spend first, and then you'll get reimbursed through your QSO account. I'd be willing to answer any more questions later over email, or if you want to stop by my office hours, you can also reach out to the student controller or the business office.
Sure.
Treasurer Gotzi. Yeah.
That sounds great. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Have a good one. Yep. Thanks. You too.
Dennis, I'm sorry, I have to go now.
All right.
My apologies. I know that we're trying to get this done, but I had
got another commitment to attend to. So I wish you all the best of luck. Try not to stay up too late.
Okay, we might actually have to revoke the funding we just gave to these people if that person had not taken the treasurer's test. Because I see here that we have marked them in red. Okay. I'm gonna check that page real quick.
What was the name of the treasurer?
It's from Ascend. The
Kush.
treasurer's name is Kush Jain.
Hold on, let's see. Yeah, no, they're not certified.
Okay, we can't give them any money.
Please notify them of that.
I will. Honestly, at this rate, I think we might be able to go back and potentially provide.
You're not gonna do, if you are under budget, you will stay that way for the, you just cannot be over budget. For context, Dennis, you've given out,
50,900.
so yeah, so you've given out 72% of your budget. But that accounts for only 51% of total requests. So you definitely are still on, on track to have to.
Cut down one. Hi, could you tell us what organization you're with?
Yeah, Chapel Hill Players.
Right, could you briefly please describe to us what you're requesting funding for?
Yeah, so we're an improv and sketch comedy group. So we've requested funding for 2 shows that we do throughout the semester. So we're going to have one in September, one in November. And it costs about $320 per show. So that was $637. And then our second thing we requested money for is our annual fall break trip to Chicago that we go to as a group. We do improv workshops and take classes, all that kind of stuff.
All right. Okay, so I guess how many students would your fall break trip to Chicago impact?
10.
Just 10 students. Okay, and
So
how many
that
people?
is done for 10.
Okay, how many people typically show up to your I guess shows?
Yeah, we get about 200 people at each show. So it'd be 400 total for both.
Okay, so unfortunately, we do have to do a roughly 60% cut in all funding. So I'm going to recommend to the committee. Oh, does anyone have any questions to ask? So we can only provide 60% of the funding for plane tickets.
Okay.
So I guess if the committee wanted to cover some of the, what else is, okay. So I'd suggest that we cover more of the stuff that's relevant here at UNC and impacts the most amount of students. So perhaps we could fund shows in full. So I guess under programming, and then can cut some of the traveling expenses. Is there a motion to fund programming at $637.50? I move to cover programming at $637.50. Can someone second that motion?
Second.
Okay. And then, so, okay. So we can't fund hotel rooms at $90. It's 70. So how many people are going to Chicago?
10.
10. Okay, so we can only pay for $70 per 4 people per room.
Okay.
eh, I would recommend to the So where are the dues and fees going towards?
Those are for the workshops and classes that we take in Chicago.
Those are for the workshop classes. I guess what would you say is most vital to your organization?
I would say paying for those classes. Yeah.
Paying for the classes?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to recommend to the committee that I guess we cover dues and fees, and then we can cover some of the plane expenses, and then we won't cover lodging. So I move to cover dues and fees at $700. Someone second that motion.
So motion. Second.
Thank you. All right, I move to cover traveling at $1,620.
So move.
All right, was that a second, Senator Paul?
Second.
All right, and then I move to cover lodging at $0.
Second.
All right. Well, I'm very sorry that we couldn't cover the full request of your organization. Fortunately, we've just had a lot of orgs requesting funding for this year. We may have to reduce your funding a bit more during budget reconciliation, but if that is reduced more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for coming to the hearing.
Yeah, thank you.
Dennis, do make sure to reflect that Senator Kreider left early on the attendance.
I will. Culinary medicine. Yeah. Hi, you're with the culinary medicine? Okay, so I believe there were some issues with the treasurer's test. Um,
Yes, I completed that after I got the email, but I was waiting for the results.
uh, yes, Logan, while we do the hearing, could you verify that real quick? Okay. Culinary medicine.
Dennis, did not believe that she passed the treasurer's test, but because we were sort of right up against it time-wise, I will, I will, like, as long as I think, like, she passes it by the end of the week, and she's very close. As long as she
Another thing is I also took that last semester and passed it, if that counts for anything.
just not, unfortunately, you know.
Okay.
As long as, yeah, she passes by the end of the week, I'll allow it.
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so briefly, could you please explain to us what exactly you're requesting funding for?
Sorry, you just went out. Could you say that one more time?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so could you please briefly explain what exactly you're requesting funding for?
Yes, we're requesting funding for 8 culinary cooking workshops and then 1 honorarium speaker to come in. And we have that broken down, but each cooking workshop is based on the pricing for 1 pot of pasta and then turkey meatballs, and then that's multiplied by 15 people for 8 different workshops with the SECU house. And then the additional $1,000 is for the honorarium speaker who is a culinary chef and nutritionist to come speak with our club and members of the Chapel Hill Carborough community.
So I guess how many individuals would you say your organization impacts?
Let me see.
Students.
Students, I'd say about, let's see, we
About
have
100 or so.
Yeah.
All right, but mainly these food goes towards low income individuals off campus who are not students. Is that correct?
Yes, in the SECU house, and then we also have events at the Carborough Farmers Market.
The Carborough Farmers Market, that is for students. So students will be participants in those workshops.
Okay. So the workshop. Okay. And the speaker fee, who are you guys planning on? So you're bringing in Chef Eric, I don't know how to pronounce this. But okay, so and is this event going to be, is this the one that is at the event for students?
You kind of broke up a little bit, but yes, that event is for students.
Okay, all right. So unfortunately, we do have to cut funding by about 40% just due to the sheer number of students or student organizations that have requested funding. I guess what would be the most vital aspect of your organization? What is most vital to your organization's operation that you would like us to fund?
Okay, so you're saying out of either the capital expenditures versus the speaker fees? Is that
Yeah.
what you're?
Uh-huh.
So the capital expenditures would be more vital to our organization.
So, I guess to the eight workshops. So I'm going to recommend to the committee that we fund the student workshop. So, okay, let's 1, 2, 3. So we'll fund 3, or we'll fund 4 each of the workshops. So let's see. 2, 6, 8, right, 2, 1, 4, 1, 3, 2, 6, 9.
Sorry, just to gain clarity, you said you've been cutting by about 40%. So is there any way we could get like that additional little bit of money that we could put towards, something else, even if it's not a full work?
I was going to give you guys a bit more for speaker
Okay.
fees as well.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 9. Okay, so I move to allocate $2,103.10 for capital expenditures. Is there a second on that?
Yep, second.
All right. And then for your speaker fees, actually, I move actually, three. I'm trying to figure out if, I guess, 5 workshops would maybe be, if maybe we could give you guys 5 workshops. 22, 2,668. Okay. About I allocate 2,500. I move to allocate 2,500 for capital expenditures.
Second.
And then I move to allocate 500 for speakers.
Second.
All right. I'm sorry we couldn't give you guys your full budget. Unfortunately, we have a lot of organizations that have been requesting funding. If we have to reduce your budget further during budget reconciliation and we reduce your budget more than 50% of the amount that you've requested, you have the right to an appeal. Again, I'm sorry that we've had to cut your funding.
Thank you. We understand. One quick question. I know there's additional funding for food insecurity specifically. Do you know when information about that will be provided?
Yeah, so that funding cycle will open up in October. So you can find information about that on the website. Also, if you'd like, you can stop by office hours in the student government suite, and I'd be happy to walk you guys through how that fund is allocated.
Okay, great. Thank you
so much.
Have a good. Hi, what organization are you guys with?
Carolina Cancer Association.
Cancer Association. So briefly, could you describe to us what you guys are requesting funding for?
I'm going to turn over to Rithika, our treasurer.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Rithika. I'm the treasurer of Carolina Cancer Association. We are a rapidly growing health pre-professional club, which welcomes students of all disciplines to have a tangible impact on communities affected by cancer. So one of the main ways we do this is through volunteerism, such as at the SECU House, the Ronald McDonald House, UNC Weinberger Center, and the UNC Hospital. We also serve our members by providing opportunities for them to get exposed to and get involved with careers in the health sciences and to prepare to be future fighters against cancer. And so we recognize that the Undergraduate Senate has funded us in the past, and it's been incredibly valuable for us meeting our goals. And so this year we're requesting several things. So one of them is printing and publicity. So we're requesting $1,500 for a few things. One is a professionally printed trifold along with lanyards, stickers, and additional branded marketing products. Last year, we were able to get a professionally printed banner, which really helped us to stand out. We had it at Small Fest and Carolina Kickoff, and handing out items helped us to increase our club's recognition and recruitment. And additionally, we're requesting $2,000 for production. So this would be going towards uniforms, which we would give our members when they're volunteering at places such as the SECU House and the Ronald McDonald House. And these are the same polos that Amber and Ali are wearing currently. And this would help us have more of a professional appearance when we're serving and caring for patients and their families at these places, and just bring us more uniform as an organization. And then we also would like to send members to workshops and conferences. And so we're asking for $500 in dues and fees. So this would help to alleviate registration expenses for our members. We currently have scheduled a CPR workshop with Durham Tech and the American Heart Association. So this would allow our members to be trained to be first responders in our community, and they would have access to the resources to learn at discounted rates. And then we'd also like to request funding for travel and lodging. But this would be for a team building 3-day retreat. And so this is a time that would allow us to really collaborate together for multiple days with frequent and close communication. And we found that this is really necessary for us to plan large scale events, such as in the past, we've had crowdfunding campaigns, which have generated thousands of dollars. So the last one that we had generated $14,000, and it's for various causes. And this would also help us prepare for the next semester. And then finally, we're requesting $600 in venues for a blood drive with the American Red Cross. And so this would go towards renting the Great Hall and any associated labor costs.
Right. So I guess one of my first questions is for travel. We do have a gas and mileage reimbursement rate. So unless you guys have like specific miles, like you'll be traveling, the amount of cars, I don't think we can fund travel expenses. Also, as a side note, we will have to cut funding by about 60%, or sorry, by 40%. We can only fund at a level of about 60% due to the sheer amount of requests we've had this year, unfortunately. Just out of curiosity, the lodging, are you guys staying at a hotel?
No, it's going to be through, we had seen through Verbo, it was the Vista View Lodge, and that would accommodate the amount of officers that we have. So it'd be private lodging.
Okay, I see.
And that's also subject to change depending on what is allowed through undergraduate Senate funding.
Okay, so typically our funding rate for hotels is
It's for lodging in general. It's not necessarily for hotels, and it's fixed to
$70 per night for 4 people.
Yeah.
So how many people would be going here?
We have 26 officers.
26 officers. And how many nights is this?
It's going to be 3 nights.
And then, so, right, so what would you guys describe as your most vital, what would the most-
Requests.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, so we're pretty familiar with the 40% that has to be deducted just because of the sheer amount of requests that are received each year. We have our top really to be at the top would be our marketing and publicity to expand the recognition of our organization. And then from there would be that retreat because like we said, the sheer amount of progress that we're able to have is when we're in close frequent contact with one another and to be able to raise these funds for the UNC Health Foundation, it would be necessary to have those days together. And then after that would be our uniforms to our members who are frequently volunteering at Secu Family House and Ronald McDonald House. And then because the workshop is established, that it's really like a top 4 and we wouldn't mind eliminating the fees associated with the blood drive, considering that's not set in stone yet. So if we wanted to take that out and then take the remaining 40% deduction from possibly,
you were talking about
the Great Hall rental, the $600 from rental fee.
Rental. Okay.
If we wanted to eliminate that, and then Allie, I would like your input if you wanted to choose another.
Unfortunately, we are running low on time, but I'm going to motion that, so the most we can give for the lodging based on $60 per 4 people per night for 3 nights, that would be 1,260. So I move to fund lodging at $1,260, which is legally
Second.
the highest amount that we can give. And then in terms of production, so this is for the uniforms. And then you said printing and publicity is also important, vital for your organization. What does printing and publicity include?
Basically all of the merchandise that we have, like the stickers, the trifolds, banners, tablecloths. Right now we have a printed banner from Undergraduate Senate funding, but it would go to those professionally printed materials.
Okay, so I'm gonna move to fund production at 1,500. Is there a second on that?
Yep, second.
And then I'm gonna move to fund printing and publicity at 1,000.
Second.
And then so unfortunately, since we don't have that mileage and the number of cars, I'm going to have to move to fund traveling at 0.
May I ask a question? Is it possible to, if we didn't have the venue rental funded, to move funds to increase the proportion in printing and publicity?
Sure. I guess all right. I move to amend printing and publicity to 1,500.
Second.
Right, and all right. Let's see. How important? So, let's see. Maybe we can increase some other stuff here since we.
Yeah, so we're over the 50 because we would most likely.
So the dues and fees, how are these going towards?
So at the time at the time when we had made this, we were in the works of solidifying our CPR workshop, but now that has a date on October 14th from 4:30 to 8:30, all those funds would be going toward certifying 15 members to be basic life support certified under the American Heart Association.
And is this a vital program to your organization?
Yes, as it's already scheduled.
I move to cover this at $500.
So-
Fees. Is that a second?
Second.
Excellent. And then guess I move to allocate $300 for the.
Second.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that we did have to cut your budget somewhat. It's just due to the sheer number of organizations that we have. If we have to cut your budget during reconciliation and we cut it more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal. But appreciate you coming in and have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we looking on our progress?
Oh, we're going.
Sounds good.
Let's see. We are at 87% of our budget, and we've got about a quarter of organizations left. So we are probably going to have to go into some reconciliation.
That's what it sounds like.
But I think we can probably handle that tonight, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know some of the earlier organizations, I think we didn't cut enough. So I
Yeah.
feel like that's where we should probably start.
Yeah, that I definitely agree. Logan, out of curiosity, Logan, are you there? Guess I'm gonna have to check this out. Oh,
I think Sam is talking to Logan right now. I think they're both in there.
yeah.
What's this?
Logan,
Heard my name.
can you verify a treasure for me?
What's the name?
Let's see. Habitat solar. Carter Wood.
Spell the last name.
Wood, Wood.
Wood is a treasurer.
Did he pass it very recently?
Yeah. He passed it today at what's 19? 7. Yeah, he's a treasurer.
Okay.
I'm just kind of fooling around with some of these Zoom tools while we wait for the next person. Didn't know this was even a possibility. Let's see.
It looks like we've got another show. How's everyone doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. You've got the Top Gun background.
Yeah, some of these are actually pretty funny. Got Top Gun. I found The Office. Figure out what else we can figure it. See what else we can get.
Hi. What organization are you with?
We're with UNC Chapel Spikeball Club.
Hi. Could you very briefly tell us a bit about what you're requesting funding for?
Yeah, so we need new equipment. We need a lot of new spike ball sets, which each cost about $120. And we want about 4 sets, and then the extra 20 for tax. And we need this because a lot of our sets are broke recently, and we've got a lot of new membership growing this year, especially last year we had a huge increase. Yeah, we had about 80 total members, so we with about like 4 people per set, we need about like 20 sets total, so we need a few more sets. And then we also need money, $600 for lodging because of our travel for our 2 tournaments per year, which are usually not local tournaments, so we need a lodge and we need about 4 rooms per event. And I know it's $90 per night, so it's about usually 2 nights. So this $600 will help us cover part of the cost as we will fundraise for the rest of the cost, and then travel for the same reasoning as the lodging almost.
Right. So unfortunately for the travel, well, I guess for the lodging first, how many nights were you guys planning on staying?
It's usually 2 nights per tournament, so 4 nights, and we need 4 rooms each for each of the tournaments.
So how many people are going to be in each room? Or how many people are going?
Sorry. We have 4 people per room. What is what we've historically done.
So 4 people per room, 2 nights. Okay. So the maximum amount that we can fund is $70. So 70 per 4 people. So 70 times 4 times 2, give us 560. That's the maximum we could give for hotels. Now, unfortunately, we do have to cut about 40% of the funding we can give just because of the sheer number of organizations that have requested funding. So for travel expenses, we do have to cover, we do have to account for mileage, and we can reimburse only at a rate 34 cents per mile. So I guess, let's see. We did, what would be your number one, I guess, funding priority?
Number one funding priority, and Rohan, you can step in for me if you think you disagree, but I would definitely say equipment. We've been able to we only have like 8 functioning sets, and we have been not able to have ample amount of equipment for pretty much every practice this year for everyone to be like constantly playing.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we cover equipment expenses in full. Is there a second on that motion?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Oh, sorry, that's for the senators.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you. 500. Okay, I guess, and this isn't a super big request, and it seems like they do have quite a few members, so I think we should go ahead and fund their lodging at the maximum rate we can right now, which would be 560. Is there a motion to fund at $560?
So moved.
All right. And then travel. Again, so we don't necessarily have a mileage rate. So let's see. So we're about at the 60% mark. So I'm going to recommend to the committee that we don't fund travel. Is there a motion to fund travel at $0?
So moved.
All right, is there a second? All right,
Second.
seeing no objections. All right. Well, I apologize that we've had to cut some of your requested budget. If we probably won't have to, but if we would have to further reduce your budget during budget reconciliation, you have the right to an appeal if it is reduced more than 50%. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by, and I wish you guys luck in your tournament in Knoxville.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one. Hi, are you with the IOP?
Yeah, I am.
All right, so could you tell us a bit about what you're requesting funding for briefly, please?
Yeah, so firstly we have the CPR, which is like a writer's journal. So each month they like release a new unique print magazine, as well as they have a website where they upload that as well. And so they want funding one to excuse me, they want funding one to supplement the writers who are students here, to like supplement them with their time because they're in classes and such. And then also for like get to know you events, t-shirts, and then printing also those magazines, which I mentioned. And then we have the Fellows and Speakers event. We have our first event tomorrow at the Grand Memorial Hall, and that's about redistricting in North Carolina. And we have about 5 in-person events we're planning on this year and 3 Zoom. And the funds we're requesting are for the equipment, just like the chairs, everything, the microphones, speakers, etc. And like the fees, like paying the speakers like an honorarium, just like I actually don't know if we're doing honorariums this year. I don't think we are. Excuse me on that. But then the rest of it is for like dues, fees, parking, etc. And then the business meeting right here is just a general body meeting. We're going to discuss like what IOP does, etc. That's like a get to know you event. And the G Suite payments, that's for our Google Drive. So we have about 6 members, I think, in the Google Drive on our leadership team. And it's about $90 a month. And that's like a recurring payment. And then the last one is that's our general domain. And that's just an upkeep with Squarespace.
Okay. So unfortunately, we do have to do a budget cut of roughly 60% for organization. But obviously you guys impact a lot of organizations. Sorry, we can only fund at a 60% level for most organizations. So you mentioned dues and fees. Where are the dues going towards?
The dues and fees, I think, are just the building like fees, like for the
right.
like renting the space.
Okay, I see. All right.
I
what would you
recommend then if dues and fees are for rental, may I recommend that whatever that is be put towards venue rental. It'll just save all
Yeah.
page later on.
I was gonna say I don't know if that's something I do, but that's fun.
Okay. So for printing, we do have, so since this is a paper that you guys are printing, we have a
Yeah.
formula on the printing. So
I think we have enough unique issues to where it's like a decent number, I think, like 2.6 or something on the formula. I could be wrong.
you guys, let's see, let me pull up the sheet real quick. So did you guys use the funding table? Or sorry,
Yeah, I did. Or like I used the 2.15, not 2.6. Apologies. The three print issues. Actually, excuse me. Oh my God, I'm so misspeaking. I actually just pulled it up right now. I'm using the 4 print issues and the 1 web issue for 1.9.
I see. Okay. All right. So what would you say is, I guess, your most is the most vital aspect of your organization?
I think the most vital is definitely fellows and speakers for sure. Just making sure we have those events where like more people can actually come because it's free. Like no one has to pay or anything, and that like gets most people impacted. And then also the CPR as well. Those are the 2 big points. Those are 2 big selling points of our organization, because that's also just a free journal, free like article for them to read, multiple articles.
All right.
But I think those are the 2 that would impact the most people.
I see. Oh, and out of curiosity, who do the stipends go towards?
The stipends, I can give you like specific names if you want, but I talked to the director today and he said it goes towards the student writers, and they get like the split dividends of that.
Okay, so funding stipends is kind of difficult for us, so I think I'm going to recommend that we cut that first. I recommend that we fund let's see, if we funded fund printing and publicity at the requested rate. I move to fully fund. Sorry, wait. So 500 for the printing and distribution of the CPRI. And then, sorry, I don't see where the other
The 460 comes from the publicity, excuse me. It's on the CPR, the first one. And that's towards I can read it to you real quick, excuse me.
Okay.
It is towards a MailChimp subscription service, t-shirts, and hosting getting to know us type events.
So since the printing is based on the formula, I move to fund 500 plus guess another 200 for 700 in printing and publicity. Is there a second on that?
Second.
And then I guess you mentioned that programming is one of the most vital aspects of your organization.
I was gonna say I can make a point here to help with that. So I requested for the G Suite payments. That's the whole year subscription. You can cut that basically in half to like 540, and that would cover this semester.
All right, so I'm going to recommend. So, which is the part that goes towards the events? That's the venue and the equipment and the fees. So how about we fund venue, equipment, fees, and then we can cut back a bit. So on those things. So I move to cover $250 of building and venue rental.
Second.
I move to cover $100 of dues and fees.
Second.
Okay. And then 925. So this is for, you guys are buying the microphone, speakers, chair. To cover, I think we could probably cover this 925. And then a move to cover $1,000 programming.
Second.
And then I move to allocate $0 for stipends.
Second.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming by. I'm sorry we couldn't give you the full budget. We might have to cut your budget a bit further down during budget reconciliation. And if we cut it down more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal.
When would I know about the final cut?
So by next week.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you all. Take care.
Yeah.
I think you should do reconciliation tonight. There's no reason not to. It's not going to be nearly as steep as we thought, so it won't take long. Dennis, you're muted.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Hi, what org are you with?
We're from UNC Women's Club Soccer White.
Sorry, bear with me for a second.
It's at the bottom of your screen.
There we are. So could you briefly tell us what you guys are requesting funding for in about 2-3 minutes, please?
Yeah, so essentially we are requesting $4,000 to help with our travel funds. We travel to regionals and nationals in the fall semester, and it is very expensive to travel with a team of 23. We do a lot of fundraising on our own, and we do make a lot of money to contribute towards that. But this year or this semester, we usually fundraise through Eats the Seats, which is the football kind of thing. And a lot of our games overlap with, like our soccer games overlap with home football games. So our players aren't available to be able to volunteer through that. So we're kind of missing a chunk of our funding. And that's why we're requesting $4,000 to just go towards, travel expenses, towards nationals, which is in Round Rock, Texas, and also just towards regionals, which is in Greenville. And yeah, that's essentially it.
So unfortunately, in order for us to be able to fund this, we kind of need to know how much you guys will be paying for your flights.
Yeah, so I have a estimation of like our flight expenses.
We also can't fund meals unless they are free of charge for the student body. So I don't think we'd be able to cover meals for you guys.
Yeah,
But I
that's
guess
no,
if you have
that's
an estimate on the flight, we can fund 60% of that.
okay. So our flight total expenses are going to be $10,800.
Okay, that is a lot of money. Okay, so 23 people, you said, and okay. So we do have to cut the budget by about 60%, just due to the sheer amount of organizations that have requested funding this semester. But I'd be willing to give you guys 2,000. All right. So I move to allocate $2,500 to cover plane expenses.
Okay.
All right. And so this is, I guess, specifically to help cover some of those flight expenses. And I'm sorry we couldn't provide you guys with your full budget. Fortunately, there are a lot of orgs that requested funding this year.
Yeah.
We might have to, there's a slight possibility we might have to slightly reduce your budget further down during budget reconciliation. If it is reduced more than 50%, you have the right to an appeal. And we'll get back to you by next week.
Okay.
So Senate meets on Tuesday. And yeah, I wish you guys luck at nationals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Logan, could you do a quick check on one final treasure?
Yeah, who is it?
All right, give me a sec.
Ski snowboard?
Yeah. It is Naomi Nice.
Naomi?
Yes.
Naomi?
Yep, nice. And
There is no record of such a person.
all right, if they come, they can't get funding. No, we've got 2 orgs left and we're at 96%. So we actually won't have to cut by that much, hopefully.
Yeah, my current expectation is roughly that we'll have to cut like 5%, which is
Yeah.
fine.
I think the main orgs, we kind of have to go back to our MSA and then Company Carolina. We funded them at a very high rate.
You also should critically evaluate the branch budgets. They're not automatically entitled to.
All right. Yeah. All right, how's everyone holding up?
Live and
Good.
direct.
We're getting it done, getting it done.
Yeah.
What do you think we just take, say we're 5% over, should we just take a 5% cut on everybody, or?
Well, so since we were funding at a much higher rate to begin with, I want to go back to the organizations like MSA and Company Carolina, where we only we essentially funded them at like above 80%. So I think I'd like to bring them more in line with some of the other orgs that we've been funding more around 60%. So I think that's what
Yeah,
we're.
I generally ask that you like do it based on room. So like if Atharva is on budget and Cuddy 2, like leave those alone and try and bring your room in under budget.
Yeah.
Do it by room basically.
I don't think we're gonna have to touch any of the budgets we've cut latter half. Especially considering that, the ski and snowboard team does not have a treasurer. We can't give them funding. All right. Looks like they're a no-show. Friends, I'm gonna grab a drink of water real quick. Logan, if they do come in, can you tell them that they do not have a treasure?
Sure.
It looks like subcommittee 2 is actually going to be a bit under budget, which is good.
Are we still under budget? So if this this group doesn't show,
So if
we're under.
this group doesn't show, we've got about 2,000. Sorry, yeah, we have about $2,000 left, but we've got one group requesting 550 and then another group requesting 1,200. So we're probably gonna have to cut, we're gonna have to go back and cut some. But that shouldn't take us very long. And then after that, we have 2 bills to get through, but those should be very quick, procedural votes. Yes. Are you done? Okay.
Dennis, check your messages, would you?
Hi. What student organization are you with?
We are out in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. My name is Malika. I'm the president. And on here.
Samuel, the treasurer.
Yep.
Sorry, if you could bear with me for just a second.
No worries.
Right. Okay. So could you tell us a little bit about what you guys are requesting funding for?
Absolutely. For that, I'm going to turn it over to my treasurer, Samuel.
Yes. So can everyone hear me just to make sure?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So first off, the extra money categorized under publicity, we are actually requesting under programming separate from any publicity funding. So that is like, we're going to clarify that from the start.
That's the extra $300 in the third item specifically. It's under printing and publicity on the category up top, but if you go down to our third item, it says $300 for general publicity funding.
So you'd like to increase programming to 350 and reduce that to 200?
Correct, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And Samuel can detail more about what that's actually going to go towards for our organization.
Yes. So we are requesting the $300 for, we are not an official publication, but we're requesting important materials such as flyers, handouts, articles, summary of like any contact information for speakers that are coming to our events. We're also thinking about doing like a kind of scientific writing event. So we would have abstracts for people coming to those events. And we'll also need office supplies for those events and also worksheets and pamphlets for our members, which we now have 342 members in OSTEM and at least 200 active members after an outstanding small fest. So that is a new update from the original 100 from our proposal.
Just a note on that, each of our speaker events that you see down there as our specific events, they're actually run more like workshops. So when we're asking for this extra funding, the extra $300 to fund those flyers as well as worksheets and office supplies, that's actually a really integral part of each of those events. And given that there's no other organization on campus or even in UNC's history that uplifts LGBTQ and allied individuals in STEM, given that those are there are signature events that go on every year, our speaker workshops. So we've found that this is something that's been really lacking in the last few years. This is something that would actually really help our organization, especially because last year we had only about 50 people in the organization, and this year we've had an increase of 250 at least.
Mhm.
So we're trying to support that new student body coming in, kind of.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So you want, so mainly it's publicizing.
Yeah, and I can add for the original 4 events, we're actually requesting $25 in publicity per event and $25 in programming and printing. So the publicity would be flyers to be posted around campus, as well as handouts given at the meetings to publicize these events. And then the $25 in programming would be for materials for speakers, office supplies such as like pens, poster boards, whiteboard markers. Yeah, and I remember in the funding meeting, I asked about office supplies, which is not funding, but y'all didn't really know where those office supplies would be located. So
Yes. Okay. So generally, we've been doing about, we've been funding organizations at about 60%, just due to the sheer amount of organizations that have requested funding. But I guess since you guys have requested, not a lot of money, I don't think we'll cut your budget as much. So I move to fund printing and publicity at $150.
Second.
And then I move to fund programming at $300.
Second.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that we weren't able to give you guys the full budget that y'all requested. We might potentially have to cut this down a little bit more during budget reconciliation. And if this is very unlikely, if we cut it by over 50%, you have the right to an appeal.
Thank you.
All right,
okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Have a good one.
Awesome.
Dennis, did you take off $100 from them?
Yeah.
What for?
Well, just so.
Gotta be consistent.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, we've been reducing by like, I reduced them by a lot less compared to the other groups.
Yeah, the smaller ones, I like my take is that it's less about that. $1,000 you can fund in full, especially if you're not really up against it, but whatever. You're the finance chair.
I mean, we've got an organization, we are at budget, and we've got an organization that is requesting $12,000 up next. So.
What's it called? Subcommittee 2 has come in at 102% of budget. So
Do you want to go this help with ARPA out a bit?
no, the full committee should do reconciliation.
Okay. Right. Give me a sec.
It'll be a one word, esports.
Hi, so you guys are with Chapel Hill Esports? Right, so could you tell us a little bit about what you guys are requesting funding for?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. So the first thing, our main, well, like the main thing that I guess we're asking for is that there's a international competition that happens every year for one of our games, our biggest game in the club, League of Legends. And this year, it just so happens to not only be coming to North America, but be coming to Atlanta, which is within traveling distance. So we're asking for finances so that we can send both competitive and casual people to go spectate the event. For people who don't know, I guess the best way to put it into perspective would be it's like a Super Bowl style event. So this would be like the Final Four of the NCAA or semifinals of Super Bowl, and it's a big experience. Lots of people come to it, and it's the highest apex level of competition. So it's something that people would be really excited to come see. The next thing I had mentioned, we have a Rocket League tournament happening at Darlington Raceway. So NASCAR is partnered with the game Rocket League, and as part of that partnership, they're hosting a tournament right before one of their events. So we have a team that is planning to drive down on the 4th to go compete in the event. The next one is movie night. So we have one section of our club is the variety game section. And so that group does a bunch of different events every week. So some weeks they'll do like karaoke nights, some nights they'll do party games together. And one night they tried to do a movie night. Last year we ran into the problem where since their events happen in the gaming arena, we can't show any films in there that aren't like public domain. So we were hoping for the opportunity to purchase a copyright so that anyone who's in the arena would be able to watch that, and we're not getting into any legal troubles over showing the film. Next is our other biggest event of the year. This one is Game Fest. Game Fest is our semester event where we bring all the different groups together and we have different competitions, typically tournament style, where the winners give away prizes. For each different game, we've requested a certain amount of funding so that they have the opportunity to buy things such as posters, plushies, statues, figurines, different things that I believe the funding meeting or the treasurer lady that I talked to defined as swag items. So that's what most of that funding is going towards. Different giveaways for the event and then prizes for the highest players who win the event for the different respective games. The next thing that we requested was different
money because the event is near Halloween. We are requesting money for costumes.
Sorry, which one was this? The game?
for cutting in there. I forgot about that section. The next thing was Rocket League additional tournaments. Throughout the semester, Rocket League has a bunch of different events that they compete in, as opposed to our different teams, which our other teams have events that they're already squared away for, but Rocket League is more of like a grassroots scene. So it has different pop-up events that require entry fee and travel, and a lot more of them happen in person as opposed to the other games where it's online. So although those dates aren't set in stone, they did request that much money, which I'm assuming was based off of the last semester's expenditures. That was what I told him when he asked me how much he was allowed to request for that. I said to base it off last semester. The next thing, we just grouped together our advertising costs into one section. It's hopes for things such as flyers, painting the cubes in the pit. I think we had a different form of advertising that's slipping my mind right now. Oh, posters.
Yes, for Game Fest.
Yeah. And then finally, we are requesting different types of equipment. So I saw that last year this request was made, but last year there was a bit of, I guess it'd be called like a fear of spending money, where they just weren't ready to pull the trigger on different things that they wanted. So I went and listed out some of the things that I believe that the club will be able to functionally use. One of the things that I mentioned was that there aren't currently enough controllers for the switches that we own. So we would be buying those. Another thing that I mentioned is that we loan out those switches to different events throughout the semester, which is part of the reason why we would require more controllers. But one of those big events is we work with Comp 110 for their hackathon, where they stay up all night. And something that they do is they host a Mario Kart tournament. And we previously haven't had copies of Mario Kart, so we've been relying on having TAs or students in the class to bring it personally. So we're asking to be able to purchase that, as well as rental keyboards and mice for events throughout the semester, such as when we're hosting our Game Fest event. We'd want, if someone's mouse like breaks in the middle of a game, we'd have spares on hand.
So I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm afraid we're running a little bit low on time. So and again, I really appreciate you guys using the formulas for the trip expenses and travel, the cars. So unfortunately, we've been having to cut funding by about 40% for most organizations just due to the sheer number of requests that we've had this semester. What would you say is most vital for your organization?
I would say what's most vital to our organization is the ability to host the Game Fest event.
Game Fest event.
I would say that's the single most important event that we have.
A close second would definitely be the league event, though. That is a once in a lifetime opportunity for a lot of UNC students. That would be the first one, yes.
The Rocket League, or sorry, the League of Legends?
Yes, yes, that one. League of Legends World Championship Tour.
Okay. All right, so I think let's see. Okay. A move that we cover. So I think we'll cover the League of Legends and then Game Fest. Did you guys requested production for this one?
Additionally, for the Game Fest, we did want $25 for the advertising, but we did clump that with the advertising at the very bottom.
So do you guys
So-
put these requests under programming? Right. Programming.
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, first let's go through the League of Legends. My apologies. I'm trying to find my pencil. Okay, so $700 for lodging. I guess I moved to cover lodging at a rate of $700.
Second.
And then I moved to cover travel at okay, so travel for this is 1,254. And then you guys also requested $91 to go to the Rocket League.
Yes, and then there is also, I believe, more under the Rocket League, just general additional tournaments.
So for now, I think we're just gonna we'll cover travel for the League of Legends World Championship. That's gonna be, I moved to cover travel at $1,254. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, and then program dues and fees requested $100. Those, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so this is the, I guess, big chunk, $3,000. I moved to cover dues and fees at $3,000. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, that brings us up to about 5,000. Let's see if we could do lodging, yes. And then Game Fest. Okay, so programming. And so I don't think we can cover both of these. But we can cover some of the programming. I think we'll do that. 2000. Okay, so I move to cover programming at programming and production. Okay. I move to cover programming or production at $900.
Second.
And then I move to cover programming at $2,000.
Second.
And then, yeah, that's going to be about as much as we could give. And then I'm going to move to cover educational supplies at $0.
Second.
I'm going to move to cover equipment rental at $0.
Second.
I'm going to move to cover printing and publicity at $0.
Second.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that we had to cut your guys' budget, but unfortunately, we just have a lot of organizations that requested funding. Although this is unlikely, if we have to cut your budget further during reconciliation, and if it is cut by 50%, again, this is very unlikely, you have the right to an appeal. Yeah, I hope you guys have a good one, and good luck at the World Championship.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Of course, yeah, have a good one. Bye. All right, so everyone, I think we're gonna have a recess until 11 p.m. at which time.
Yeah, I just, if you can, Dennis, because it's just two quick items that hopefully are on unanimous
We
consent.
still have reconciliation to do, and we've been going at this for like 4 hours. So I want to give people, you know, a chance to like go to the bathroom, whatever. So we're going to have a recess until 11, at which point we will reconvene in the main room to go through the rest of the agenda.
Everyone enjoy their first finance night.
So much fun.
Hi, Tharva.
It was everything I hoped it would be. Oh, Dennis, I meant to tell you earlier that bill you sent me earlier today has been sent to R&J. So I did get it and it's been uploaded and everything.
All right, thank you, Christian. Right, well, it seems like most people are back about now. So at this point, I think I just kind of want to get these bills out of the way really quickly. So I'm going to make a real quick motion to amend the agenda to put the legislation in front of budget reconciliation. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, seeing no objections.
Matthew Tweeden's here from the Vice President's office is here with me to give the rundown on those.
Yep, thank you all so much for having me here tonight. I know it's been a long evening, so I will do my best to keep this short. There are initially only two nominations for y'all to consider. Thank you all for your patience with this. The first is for Crystal Lyons, who we are confirming to the Scholarships, Awards, and Student Aid Committee. I believe you have all been sent a copy of her resume. Dennis, I don't know if you were able to distribute that around, but that one was sent y'all's way. And the other is for Raina Young, who is being appointed to the Downtown Chapel Hill Partnership. Raina Young currently serves as the Director of State and External Affairs, but by some relic of the code, we still have to confirm her through a process for a job that she has ex officio. So my request would be that y'all are able to just go ahead and put both of these on the consent calendar. So review them favorably out of committee. This process was handled through the Vice President's office, as it conventionally is. So I sat down and did interviews with the overwhelming majority of the candidates for different positions, and we figured it out based on what everyone applied for and where their strengths were. Had a very strong conversation with Crystal about the role of different like prioritization for students with financial aid needs and the way that we promote and make information available, the importance of transparency in this process. As a bit of context as well there, Scholarships, Awards, Student Aid Committee is a subcommittee of the Faculty Council. And so this is like not necessarily a governance position for Crystal, but a bit more of an advisory and advocacy role. And her vision for this position is very much so in line with what the administration is looking at. So I'm happy to answer any questions on their behalfs.
Are there any questions for Chief of Staff Tweed? Right, seeing none, I kind of want to keep this brief. Do I hear a motion to suspend all necessary rules and report favorably on a resolution to confirm a member of the Scholarships, Awards, and Student Aid Committee?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, so ordered. All right, let's see, what do we have next? And then also seeing no queries for Chief of Staff Tweeden, do I hear a motion to suspend all necessary rules and report favorably on a resolution to confirm a member of the Downtown Chapel Hill Partnership?
Second.
All right, seeing no objections. All right, both are reported favorably. Thank you, Mr. VP, Chief of Staff Tweeden. And with that, we'll move on to the budget reconciliation process. All right. So essentially what we have here is budget for each subcommittee and how much we went over in each subcommittee. So I think we'll start out with subcommittee 1. So we're about $6,000 over budget, excuse me. And so originally when we started funding, we overfunded some of these organizations up here because we were funding at about a 70 to 80% rate. And then I kind of reran the numbers and realized that we had to run at a much lower rate. The organizations kind of below this level here were funded about at the 60% rate. So I would recommend that we go back to these organizations, especially like the MSA and Company Carolina, and bring down their budgets to be more in line. We can also touch up on the undergraduate attorney general, chief of staff. Yeah, so we'll focus on subcommittee 1 for now. I share the appropriations site with you guys. All right, so I think first we'll stop by with the honor court people. All right, so we fully funded the honor court, given that they are a part of student government. I think we can cut down on some of their funding. So
First, can I ask why they need a telephone budget?
yeah, that's a good question. Honestly, maybe they don't need a telephone budget.
Can they see that? Can we see the request? Did you ask?
We asked what they were using. Well, Nikita was here kind of explaining what they needed it for. I believe they mentioned it was for like reaching out to some of their people.
I would not fund telephones just right off the bat.
Yeah. Okay. Do I hear a motion to reduce the budget for telephones to 0?
So moved.
There a second on that?
Second.
All right, so we're gonna reduce that down to 0. And then, honestly, I'm gonna be very frank. I don't think, Honor Court needs a lot of publicity.
Publicity, like, okay, can I give my take on this? Like, it seems very reasonable that they need publicity, but like speaker fees, it seems like incredibly non-vital to their organization and their purpose.
Yeah. This seems fair. Do I hear is there a number you'd suggest we reduce it to, Logan?
0.
All right, I move to reduce speaker fees to $0.
Second.
Okay. I think this seems like a reasonable amount for.
Could you scroll down to subscriptions and periodicals as well?
That's 2,200.
Do they describe it though? In this document?
No, they didn't describe it here in this document. Wait,
I would recommend you reduce that as
no,
well.
it's over here. Hold on. Okay. So, okay, speaker fees were for the outreach committee, which was bringing.
The students.
So, let's see. Subscriptions and periodicals. So that includes a calendarly subscription. I mean, I think this is probably somewhat necessary for some of the honor court people. And then outreach and their monthly newsletter. I'd like to remind the committee.
Outreach, yeah, like it's a okay. I see. That's fine. That makes sense to me then.
I'd like to remind the committee that originally the honor court would have been requesting funding through the branch budget process, but they were unable to due to some difficulties on their end, namely like not having a treasurer and stuff. And I mean, we've already cut good chunk out of their budget, and we only need to cut about 4,000 more from this subcommittee to reach our budget, but then copy machine control.
We can't fund the lamps. That's like, we can't do like furniture for the offices out of this budget.
Yeah, we cannot fund that.
How much is that?
30.
You should cut at least 150. Look, can we go through this in detail since it?
Yep. Yeah, we can do that. So we're gonna here. Okay. I'm making notes of this. 155 for lamps.
I would also honestly recommend that like everything related.
They don't really need. I feel like they don't need cups, coffee, etc. I'd be willing to. Yeah. So let's see. How much is this? So lamps 30. Yeah. I 26, 24, 40, and then 37, and then 19, 2. Okay. Oh, and case file materials.
Seems
Don't we have a
Yeah.
$2,000 like exec branch deal that we fund all the work?
Yeah, I would. So yeah, how much is that you would be reducing it by, Dennis?
Here, let me add it up real quick. 27, 40 plus. Okay, wait, this isn't right. 37.
It's 352 from Lampstown.
Yes, 352. No, no, it's 74 plus 38 plus 40 plus 24 plus 26. That should be 175, and then plus lamps included, that's 330.
Their equipment budget by that much.
Yeah, we're gonna, so let's reduce their equipment budget. Two. All right. Yeah, I think we reduced
Have to
them.
make a motion on that.
Oh, right. Was there a motion to reduce them by the amount I just reduced them by?
Second.
$330. Okay. Is there a second on that? Excellent. So ordered. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the total of 7,770 to honor court?
Motion.
Second, is there a second on that? All right. Second, can someone give a second?
Second.
Excellent. All right. So, next. Oh. Okay, so we have cut the total of honor court to, let's see here. Was it?
Can I recommend you go to MSA next?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I just want to see what we're at now. 7,707.
Yeah, I put it in the spreadsheet.
Okay. So now we're at 103. Okay, we need to cut about $3,000. All right, let's go to the MSA. Okay, so we funded them at a very high amount, which we probably in hindsight should not have done. Okay, so essentially they've got two events. Well, the main event they want us to help cover is MSA Live. And apparently it's their primary outreach event. They're planning on bringing a Dr. Omar Suleiman, and he'll be talking about, essentially he's going to be doing like, public speaking. And then I believe they're bringing Rami Youssef, who's a comedian slash actor. And I believe we also covered part of his speaking fee and some of his lodging. And then we also helped cover some of the expenses for Sports Fest, which is a charity basketball and football tournament.
All of these seem highly representative of campus. Can I recommend that like you focus on Sports Fest only because I think that's probably the least vital to the organization.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Okay. Perhaps we should cut down on building and so they requested about 1,500 in fees for this, for I guess for professional labor. So maybe we can cut back on that. So I'm gonna move to reduce their professional labor fees by 1,500 down to yes $1,000. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All right. And then let's see. Do we also want to cut down? I think maybe we can also cut down on like the Sports Fest building and venue rental. So they want a total of $400 for building and venue rental here. So I suggest we reduce their building and venue rental down to 0.
Is there only been building and venue rental currently for where would that be coming out from?
So there we've only funded half of the building and venue
I think
rental.
that's fine. Yeah, that's what I would recommend that as well.
So I was proposing that we cut that down to 0 unless we want to cut some other stuff down. Because if there's no motion to further reduce their budget, we'll on to. Is there a motion to approve the budget of $11,480?
Motion.
Vice Chair Vespucci. Right.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Logan, what are we at now?
Give me a sec. 11,480 now. Down to $72,030.49. That's 101.55. You need to cut about another $1,000.
Okay, let's move on to Company Carolina. Or the next org that we funded at more higher rate. All right, so essentially Company Carolina does theater shows, and they were producing a musical cabaret this semester set during the Jazz Age. So they are charging tickets for this already. They're also having another production called The Wolves. They kind of want to help us with some of the production costs for this. And then they also wanted new microphones because apparently they were a fire hazard due to some frayed wires. And I mean, I guess that's kind of vital to being a production company. So I guess if you guys wanted, we could probably cut a bit more of the building and venue rental costs that we gave to them. Given
Can I ask, when they say that they're trying to, did they try to fund the rights to the show via us?
Yeah, they did want to buy the rights to the show from us.
Under what category?
They put it under I think they put it under educational supplies.
You just wrote what was their figure?
Royalties. The figure was, so the rights and transcripts for the first show are $1,868.88, and then the rights and scripts for the second show are $534.20. So
give me one second. I'm just trying to add. I just want to add those together. Hold on. Is that go down? What's the wolves again?
1,868 for the first one.
5.
So that's for cabaret, and then wolves is 534.20.
Scroll up. Yeah, I see what they did. So I'm almost positive that they put because it says scripts there, I think they think that like the royalties. I would recommend not funding that.
Not funding royalties.
Extremely dubious as to whether or not that can actually be reimbursed by QSO. And broadly, I do not think that that is particularly advisable.
All right, is there a motion to reduce their funding in educational supplies to zero? Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Second.
All right. This does probably under budget a bit, so perhaps we should consider increasing some of the funding that we're giving to maybe building and venue rental. Or do I hear a motion to increase production to $750?
Motion.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right. Do I hear a motion to approve the total for Company Carolina at $4,380?
Motion.
Is there a second on that? Is there a second on Vice Chair Vespute's motion?
Second.
Thank you.
All right, I think that should bring our budget in line now. Let me check real quick. Yep, that brings, yep, we are done with subcommittee one. Excellent. We are within the budget. All right, let's move on to subcommittee two. So subcommittee two is only about 2% over budget, so we don't have to cut as much with subcommittee two.
Recommendations on stuff to, or organizations to look into to cut. First off, the Board of Elections.
Yeah.
They said, and Logan, I don't know the exact numbers on this. They said about $50 in reimbursements per candidate, and they suggested that they'd have 100 candidates. How many people actually run? I don't mind funding that in full. I'm just like curious about the actual numbers and if we should request or grant that in full.
So if I may, I would caution that there might be very good reason to fund this in full. If we don't, and the BOE ends up having to give out more to candidates than this, we could run into some problems. The Senate would probably have to pass additional funding anyways. I don't know if this is where I would necessarily cut, but obviously that's up to you all.
Cool. I wouldn't worry about it then, my opinion. I just wanted to make sure that was there. If it's okay, go for it, Dennis.
Sorry to interrupt, Tar, but how many people like actually apply for reimbursements from the BOE? Because I know a lot of people do run in, you know, elections, but not a whole lot apply for reimbursements from the BOE.
I
Like
will advise, I happen to know that it was only one person during the last spring cycle. But I will also say that the Senate will be liable for every single person who does apply. If that number, if you want to reduce it and say probabilistically you're not going to have 100 people apply for reimbursement, that's fine. But you would then have to be prepared possibly to do an emergency funding bill further.
Yeah. I think let's see here. I'm gonna check out the spreadsheet real quick. Let's say hypothetically, good 4,000. That bring us fine. Bear with me for a second, if you will, please. All right, I move to fund the BOE at $3,480, which would bring our budget entirely within the budget allocated for subcommittee two. I honestly don't think that it's realistic that we get 100 or even 10 people applying for campaign reimbursements from, you know, the Board of Elections. And you know what, if the sky falls down, like we'll just pass a funding bill and we might have to cut some funding from the spring semester, but I think I'm willing to take that risk. Like this is incredibly unlikely that they would actually ever need this much money. So I'd like to make a motion to reduce it to $3,480.
I will say, in case the liability and everything gets really bad, there are a couple other organizations that I tabbed that we could also reduce from if you think that that's necessary. the ones that I tabbed are all functioning at about 72% of requested budget. This one is functioning at 100%. So if you really do think that they won't need this, go for it. If you think that there's still a chance of liability, I do have a couple others tapped. I don't mind cutting this one. This one seemed like a lot to me, but I don't also want to get into legal trouble later on.
So
That would
to
cost
my,
more.
yeah, to my knowledge, last year, there was only one person, who, a Senate candidate who requested funding. Like typically the BOE does not hand out funds, and this is assuming that like 100 people request reimbursements, and I don't think that's going to change.
Not that much needs to be cut from this room's budget. Can I recommend that you cut like $500 and like
Get the rest from somewhere else.
All right. Do I hear a motion to reduce the BOE's budget to $4,500?
Motion.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Christian can't.
Christian, you're unfortunately not non-voting member.
That's right. My apologies.
Jack, Alhagi, Spencer, one of you guys.
We're almost done, y'all.
Second.
Excellent. All right, well, let's move down the line.
Go to X2. Just Control F, X2. They're near the bottom.
Before we do that, can I, were any publications heard?
Were any publications what?
Were
I
any?
believe the Carolina Review was.
Okay. It was brought to my, like last year we had some problems because, so the code provides that any, funds for printing a publication, that is in excess of $100 has to be accompanied by signed bids from at least 2 printers. Atharva, do you know if that happened?
They didn't mention anything about 2 printers. They did say their budget seemed over the top based on what I understood to be the formula. I would recommend double checking just in case. My concern is that if the formula states that it's 3,500, which I think is appropriate, we gave them almost 100% of what is appropriate, in which case I think they should get taken down a little bit. Which could probably cover the rest of everything else, but they didn't say anything about 2 different printers or 2 separate applications for it.
So the thing is that if there's not bids from 2 printers, then you do need to, then like the amount that can be funded to 0, and like the finance committee can grant exceptions, but circumstances for such have to be presented. And did they give any info on like why they didn't get good printers?
I'm going to double check the code real quick on this. It's not that I doubt you, Logan, but I just want to be, absolutely sure on this before we, take such a step.
Logan, to be completely honest, it slipped my mind and I forgot to ask. I will say that their budget did seem a little excessive based on what I understood the formula to be. I recommend double checking it just in case I made a mistake. But I also will say that if we reduce their funding like a ton more, they'll probably throw a fit, because he was directing some pretty pointed questions at me that I gave legit answers to, but that's incredible.
I mean, this is in the law. I don't really know what to say.
Fair.
Let's see.
Can we check it out real quick too?
Yeah. So it's, let's see.
If you don't mind. I'm gonna stop sharing and I'll share the section of code real quick with everyone.
Hold on, I forget. This is like the publications are always the most publications are always the most difficult and tricky because like the rules are kind of ridiculously complicated.
Here, I'm sharing the student code with everyone. So let's see.
They can always file an appeal if they did have it at the time.
Yeah, so like what I will say, if it is reduced now, in full, they will be able to file an appeal on that. So like if we do have to fund it at zero at this point, that can be brought back up. Just for the sake of clarity. So like, which makes the stakes a little less dire, I guess.
Yeah, so I believe Title V, Article 3, Section 320, requests for USG funds for printing jobs costing at least $100 must be accompanied by signed bids from at least 2 printers. The lowest bidder shall receive the printing job, except if there are extenuating circumstances. So I believe this extenuating circumstances clause only stipulates that we could potentially fund the higher bidder. I don't think it means that like we can fund if there are less than 2 bidders. Yeah, so under the student law, I don't believe we would be able to give funding at this time. And everyone can see this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move to reduce the funding allocated to the Carolina Review to 0. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Seeing no objections. All right, and I do believe that now brings us within, that brings subcommittee 2 within its budget. So we are done with budget reconciliation. It's now moving on. Let's see here. Let's stop the screen share real quick, and I will share. Let's go back to the agenda.
Dennis, just quickly, can I ask that you make a special effort to reach out to the CR and just let them know that they're entitled to an appeal?
Yes, I will. Appropriations. Sorry. Agendas. Here we are. All right. So last thing we have to do is notices and announcements. So I guess I have one notice to make, and that is that there is obviously the select committee on the transition to a new finance process. If you guys remember, we passed a bill earlier in the summer about moving into a new finance process. So if you'd like to be on that select committee, let me know. And I believe I get 1 appointment. Christian, you should have 3. So yeah, if you want to be the finance committee person on that subcommittee, please let me know. I guess that's all. It's been a long night. We've been here for about 5 hours now. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
We are adjourned. All right. Good night, everyone.